Cześć, witajcie wszyscy na tego
Witajcie po przerwie. Mam nadzieję, że mieliście.
Hello. After the break, I hope you had a chance to eat something or you're about to finish your lunch and you're watching us right now. The next presentation, Should I Change Golf to Viper? That's the title and will be presented by Kuba. Hi, Kuba.
Cześć, cześć Ewa i cześć wszystkim.
Hi, Eva. Hi, everybody. A few words about Kuba. As you wrote about yourself, I write iOS code because I prefer Macs to PCs. Constructive critic and a skeptical enthusiast of Apple. I like learning new things in order to feel that I'm smarter. When I'm not working on my Mac, I go climbing and I absorb the reality around, immersed in culture and pop culture. A fun fact about you, Kuba, is that today you're not in Warsaw, as you are on a daily basis. Right, I'm not in Warsaw. I'm in a nicer circumstances, more pleasant circumstances, because owing to our company, I'm at a conference in Spain. Great. That's why the setup of your today's presentation is unusual, because you left the conference venue and we didn't know what the quality of the internet connection would be. That's why Kuba today will be here with us, but the presentation was recorded in order to offer good sound quality for everybody who's watching us. Okay, so without any further delay, let's see the presentation and then we'll see at the Q&A session. Hi. Hi, everybody at this year's ATM. My name is Kuba Kornatowski, and I'm iOS developer working for Allegro. In a second, I will answer the questions of what's the best architecture for iOS apps. This nurturing mystery was revealed by me when, over a period of 3 months, I had to create a functionality for chatbot. Today, we have such a model in place. It has a view layer, it's SwiftUI, and 100%, it has 90% of unit test coverage, and it has fewer tests than other modules. The composition is high, and I have achieved all this owing to El Paso lawns. Most of you may be unaware of the fact that El Paso is one of the safest cities in the US, as opposed to what you may think from the events of Breaking Bad TV series. And on a sunny summer in 1977, 2 years before Walkman was discovered, Tom Ogle went out in front of the house to mow his lawn. It was 2 years before Walkman was invented. So instead of taking his headphones, he was listening to the sound made by the engine of his mower. And that sound turned strange and incomprehensible after a while. It was unusual for an engine of this kind of a machine. But Tom liked DIY. He had his own car workshop, so he decided to do it all by himself. He took a French wrench and unfortunately, he destroyed some cables connecting the engine. However, he managed to attach the fuel tank, but in a different way than the producer suggested it. And it turned out that with one tank only, the engine could operate on idle for 96 hours. We'll come back to Tom's story, but this story is a brilliant introduction because regardless of how it goes, Tom, encouraged by his brilliant ideas, decided to work on his mower without the manual. So it was an attempt to repair something to make it work. Let's explain what architecture is all about, also within the meaning of this presentation, where architecture is about principles, rules and principles that tell us where a given part of the code should go. If you want to clearer language. This is an approach to system design that relies on decomposition and indicates the place of implementation and the network of interdependencies in the application code, thus creating a coherent system. There's a number of approaches to architecture, like MVC and MVVM codes, or more complex codes like Redux that have been tested in our repository, or Viper that is mentioned in the title of my presentations. However, if I asked everyone here to write a simple app, I would get a number of different applications and implementations. Everyone would have a different one, I'm positive, because everyone answers the question where to place a given file differently. We as developers are not alone in this. Apple, as the supplier of ESDK, doesn't know, well, the introduction of SwiftUI, which is revolutionary, opts for MVVM approach. If we go back to UIKit that promoted NBC approach, we can see an interesting thing. Namely, an example. Tell me where to place the implementation on user defaults. UI application, notification center, and my favorite, URL session. The answer is nowhere and everywhere. URL session, what is it? Well, it's a web layer. It doesn't fit the model, doesn't fit in the view. It's hard to say where should you put it. It's an additional layer, so we should actually create an MVCM. Well, the way Apple went about it, as you may imagine, is that it can be placed anywhere you want, because these are all singletons. So it's a good idea to remember that any architecture, no matter how hard a developer sticks to the brand book, always is stigmatized with the people who were the first to write it. Viper, the protagonist, is a cure to all. It's a wonder child. Well, yes, it is, but actually it is not. In a second, I will tell you what's my approach to Viper-based architecture. If you were to explain to someone who has never used this architecture how the interdependencies between elements work and do it within 25 minutes, where I took 5 minutes to go through the introduction, well, I would have to be a brilliant speaker to do that. So I will just answer the question whether it's the best architecture in the world and the best app. Well, first, let's try to construct a Viper architecture diagram. Probably some of you know it from the internet. When you hear architecture for the first time outside of IT, you think of building design or even designing cities. So let's look at it not as a boring diagram with the view, interactor, presenter, entity, and so on, but let's see it as a functional city. The decision to build a city in the old days used to be based on 2 dimensions. The first was the security. Cities used to be built where they could be easily defended. So the location was important. The second aspect was the economy. Well, the cities used to be built around mines or factories. We, as developers, opt for option 2. We want to build our town close to a mine. The ores get from the mine will then help us to develop the city. If we have a mine, we'd also need a forge where we can process our ore and use it, or sell it, whatever. And in order to handle the resources, we need a city council that resides in the city hall. That will be the executive body. And the orders from the executive body would go directly from the capital, where the ruler reigns, who gives orders to be implemented by the city councils. And then we need the harbor, where we can import or export goods, or we can just move to the seaside, go to the seaside for a weekend, have some Belgian waffles. Okay, we can use simple protocols to write it all, but let's be serious about it. The king is not going to go to the city council with every single order, and the officials from the city hall will not go to the mine and then bring the ore to the forge. We need some representatives, or I'm not afraid to say it, delegates. The mine doesn't need any interface at all. So the only thing we need is access to miners. The forge gets the ore and they are doing their job. The forge will be managed by the city council. There will be a dedicated official. Let's call him Godric. Godric knows about what the forge does, and the forge reports directly to Godric. Our city council needs 2 more delegates, one to talk with the capital. He'll be Cedric, and we'll need Sylvie. Sylvie will be responsible for transport. Just like the city council, the harbor, and the forge need their representatives, because we need two-way communication. So Valask will be a boat specialist, and Bron, the dwarf, will also negotiate the forge with the council. Now, have a look. It's quite interesting. In order to know who reports to whom, we need to ascribe our representatives in an appropriate way. That is, we need to implement the protocols. The harbor is represented by Valask, and the contact person from the city council is Sylvie. The city hall is represented by Godric, Cedric, and Sylvie, and they will appear as the contact persons directly in the forge, the capital, and the harbor. On the example of the harbor, represented by Valask, and we also have Sylvie representing the city hall. And it's the same story for the city hall, which has 3 representatives, Godric, Cedric, and Sylvie. And we have a place where there's a representatives from the forge and the harbor. The protocol recreated for harbor representative will be the interface for communicating with the city hall, and will work the other way similarly. So we have one delegation that's going to handle things outside. So we have the city communicating. We have a data flow enabled, almost. I'm talking to you from the past, and through the computer interface, I can see your faces. Your faces screaming, there's a leakage there, something's wrong. Well, the writing method means that our representatives will not meet along the way, and there will be a leakage of data. So an important decision must be made. Who is going to come first? Who is going to have a priority in this communication? Because Godric may jump on his horse, run to the forge in order to ask for more swords. At the same time, Bron the dwarf will go to the city council. How to handle it? Well, the easiest way to write it in the code will be to use weak references, because that's when the Bron will run to the city council. If there's no Godric in the city council, he will have to go to back to the forge and wait for Godric to return to the city hall to arrange for the things he wanted to. From the code perspective, we can write it in the code using optionally with a note for our future generations. Swift doesn't allow for defining the strength of the reference using protocols. There's no weak reference. We can leave a note, a comment, hoping that the developer writing the relevant application will read our comment. Who reads all the comments and implementation details? Raise your hand. As far as I know, the computers are insured, but I don't know how the insurance works. So please don't throw anything into your computers. What we'll need to do will be to write an enforced reference so that the protocol can handle it. You need to shove it down the throat. This weak reference must be an indicator, bad word. It's not the right word, an indicator for a weak reference. We want to indicate the type, which means we'll have a generic type here. And now we want to have a value, but we want to be convinced that will be a value of weak reference because that's the idea behind it. So we need a provider who is going to give us this value, and we initiate this object in the constructor's body based on the value we create the thing. Okay, great. Not really, because the pre-compiler threw in an error. This is the error that we see. It says something went wrong with our weak reference. Sure, we need to be sure that our generic will be an object, that it's a reference value. We must remember that in Swift, you operate on value type references, like on structures. For this to work, the last step forces you so that any representative in our city diagram is an object. So let's add inherity for Godric, Cedric, and Sylvie in the city hall.
So let's fix the leaks. This way, in the harbor or port, we remove the unnecessary comment and add a reference using the newly set structure. And now you'll say, all right, but something stinks. And it's not Bron, it's not that I have something against dwarves. What stinks is that we don't have reference to Godric or Sylvie, but to their references. So we need to clean this up. We can clean this up by adding an extension for Godric and Sylvie. That in case of Sylvie, there will be a direct reference to the city hall, which will take the pointer from the weak reference. And please note that this form allows us certain hermetization, which will force specific implementation because Bron, Sylvie, and others have all the knowledge on the city hall and can fix matters that are there respective to them, but they will not disclose any details to the outside. So the forge needs to know how much they need, so it knows how much they need to dig for. The port, the council is not interested in where the pirates are, but they only want to know about the capacity of handling the job, and the king only wants to know what happens at the hull without the entire mess around it. So we've also addressed the data leak. We compile, we wait, and it works. So let's go back to our city plan. We've connected all the points, and we now add the arrows showing proper directions, and we have our fortress working greatly. But this is not, my presentation is not about how to win Heroes of Might and Magic, but you probably know what's happened here. So let's change this abstraction into reality, which is another abstraction. But we have an architecture. Moreover, this is a simple one. We can add some intermediate stages because we need to know where certain things go. So we can extend this architecture with additional components that are not mandatory, but are related to the implementation, not the abstract. So what we're missing still, and without it, we can't move any further, and that is the ring. I don't know if you remember this sentence from, or the phrase, or from Lord of the Rings. One ring to rule them all, one ring to find them, one ring to bring them, all in the darkness bind them. So let's put into bold what is the essence of this sentence, this phrase, and this is why we speak of the ring. All these elements are still unbound. We could have done it in the presentation, but we can do it immediately. But before we go there, we need to go back to the implementation of these abstractions because we will need to add a few generics. If we have a look around the protocol for port, we see that we are directly references to Sylvie type, but Sylvie type can vary. It doesn't need to be the protocol for this specific City Hall, because let's remember we're writing an abstract. The protocols in script have the associated types, and if Sylvie is created for the needs of port, we can have a series of implementations and types. If we do it this way, we now go back to the ring, we create a one ring protocol and rule them all function, which has or holds features or issues that are interlinked. And when speaking of features, we need to define the types, which will have certain interdependencies, but it will be in general generic types. Moreover, we can overwrite this tool. Why should we leave the implementation to the developers and leave them to themselves? We can add extensions and checking whether the types we've assigned do match as typical representatives of the types we assume. If so, we'll gain access to the variables and references, i.e. the querying this method in the implementation of the ring will actually close the deal. And we have it. We have the ready abstraction, and straight away we can move on to writing further functions and conforming it to the protocols we've created. I believe that this, at the very first glance, may seem very difficult, but I believe that, it's not that difficult. And now, payback time. How did Viber improve chatbots, and what became of Tom Ogle? So let's remember that Swift UI is a framework for building presentation. It's not a design pattern. So the views displays based on value types will collaborate with the reference type architecture. We'll need some bus or dongle. So we might need to use UI view controller or UI host controller. It's mostly possible to cover this testing in isolation. We do not need to create a forge. We need, all we need is a Bron, which are easier to manage. And Viper allows high level of hermetization, reduces the coupling because, through separating the interfaces. Each element has its own API that can be modified without affecting other areas. So what's the best architecture for iOS for building applications? Well, the best one is which allows using decomposition to divide the code into smaller elements, use abstraction for hermetization of the data while maintaining the APIs, and the one that works and is legible for your teams and helps you and your team to create, to have better maintenance or development efforts. Will Viper be for you? Well, certainly not for all of you. It's highly likely that you might want to choose a different architecture, but the most important part is to have the architecture being helpful in your everyday functions. Well, Tom Ogle has created a prototype of internal combustion engine, which allows to use the engine, use the energy from the combustion and from the engine and to increase the range. There is a lot of uh, conspiracy theories about him being eliminated by the fuel lobby, but still he created a car which traveled 200 miles on 2 gallons. So with his love for tinkering, he created something new. And regardless of the ending of this story, I hope this will serve as an inspiration for you, not just to explore Viper, but also to extend your knowledge and create big things that we're already doing at Allegro. So thanks a lot and have a nice ATM this year. Kuba, thanks a lot for this great presentation. We have a few questions about your presentation, so let's move to the first one. Is Viper good for quick creation of prototypes that can evolve? Will it not cost too much to create abstractions? That's always the first thing that comes when speaking of Viper. Well, no, Viper is not good for quick prototyping. It's better suited for prototypes that already have been thought of more thoroughly. But there's a part that says about evolution. So if, as in case of chatbot module, we knew we had to write it and that this module would be evolving, and choosing Viper was important because we knew that this module would exist and would be changing over time. So it was not entirely a prototype, but in case of an architecture that is expected to evolve, it's a very handy tool because this maintenance of tests is easier. We don't have this problem which occurs very often that we change something in the code, we compile it, it's okay, we want to send it to repository, and we have 149 tests that need to be corrected because the mocks have changed. In Viper, this problem will have significantly less prevalence. Thank you for this comment. Another question, are you not afraid that using Viper increases the entry threshold for a project? Some of them don't like it and others don't understand it. Yes, this may be an issue, and that's why we have this abstraction layer in this module. It's not always that when you... Okay, so the approach to architecture can vary, and everyone will write it in a slightly different way. But if we have a well-designed abstraction, the person who enters the project can use ready protocols and implement specific things. So if he knows the basic principles of the architecture, where do I put which part of the code goes where? This goes to the interactor, the other one to the presenter. This is the only knowledge they need to start, because all the links will be catered to by the abstraction. So a new screen won't be you won't be able to create a new screen without properly fixing the previous one, because otherwise the project will crash. So of course the complexity can be a turn-off, but you can actually get involved very quickly. So I don't think this is a major issue. Thanks for this comment. And the third question, 2 gallons per 200 miles, how much is that in metric values? Well, okay, let me count quickly. 2 gallons, that's around, I'm just taking wild guess, that's 5 liters for around 300 kilometers, but I don't want to end up like Kazimiera Szczuka in the RMF radio, who failed terribly a few days ago. So okay, the US fuel also is a bit cheaper, so it wasn't as painful. And one more question, which goes like this. What should Bron the dwarf do if there is no one at the city hole to pick up the supply. So web request returns and the screen display is not there yet. This analogy, which I've presented, was more about a situation in which we have a memory leak and we want to relocate an object in a closure, and it turns out that this object has been allocated and we want to get there via strong reference. In the case of a web request and no display, we either won't have this situation or the web request will be cancelled if the web layer is well designed. But this is more a matter of proper implementation. The analogy I showed was more about memory leaks. Okay, in the meantime, someone did the calculation. So this is for your FYI. So I was close. I was close. And one more question on the matter. Is there a relation between Viper and Hex architecture or clean architecture? Yes, there are great papers on the matter. I wouldn't like to go into much detail because my knowledge is not that deep, but there are very good papers that address it. And later on, I can send you links on Slack to these articles where someone has already linked these two matters. But this would be a longer subject. I also saw that there's been some sharing of subjects at the ATM-OL. I agree that it would be difficult to address this question properly with such limited time. I see we have no additional questions, so just we have a few minutes. Would you like to share anything else in reference to this presentation or in general matters? Well, my biggest insight during this presentation was 25 minutes is a very short time to tell about everything, especially if you've done a proper research. This is probably my reflection and takeaway from this presentation. Yes, if you want to prepare yourself properly, it turns out that all of a sudden there's a lot of knowledge you'd like to share. That, yeah, that's how it goes. In this case, I don't see any other questions and we can stop here. Kuba, once again, thank you for this presentation. Have a nice conference in Spain and for connecting from such a nice setup. And also, I remind you about the ongoing vote for the best presentation at the ATM webpage. And at 2, we'll be back with the presentation about Mbox. Thanks.
Witam wszystkich po przerwie.
Hello, welcome everybody after the break. Our next presentation is creating interactive mobile screens with Mbox.
Paweł, Paulina, welcome.
Hi.
A few words about Paulina and Paweł before we start. Paulina is a team leader in Team Avocado. She works on a server-side rendering tool called Mbox, the tool that allows other teams to develop new features in native Android and iOS apps on the backend side. She also enjoys reading and learning about mobile development and spending time with her two cats. They are sometimes visible on Zoom when.
Yeah, that's why I'm here in our office. It's much more people here.
Your cats stayed at home. Paweł is a mobile engineer since, and I remember it's 2014. Am I correct? Not 16.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, we talked yesterday after at the party that there's 2014, right? And he started with Windows Phone, but ended with iOS. In Allegro, he's for 3 years, and he's mobile software engineer at Avocado team. He is working proudly with Mbox tool to add more new features. That of two, and he likes to listen to audiobooks where he can. Welcome again. And before I will let you to start, one question from me. Could I ask you about motivation? Why this specific topic for today's presentation?
So, as you mentioned, we work on Mbox, and we work on Mbox for quite some time. I think it's like 3 or 4 years now. And we received loads of feedback from developers. And one of the concerns that we heard from time to time was that some developers were afraid that if they use Mbox on their screen and requirements change and the requirements for the screen suddenly will become much more complicated, Mbox can block them from implementing it. And during the last months, we worked really hard on addressing those concerns. And we added new mechanisms to Mbox that will make it suitable not only for content screens, but also for screens that contain loads of interactions with the user. And we'll share with you those mechanisms, and also you will learn what cool things you can build with Mbox, not only screens that you can know from the Allegro app.
That sounds super interesting. So without further delay, Paulina, Paweł, the stage is yours.
Okay, so Mbox, as you may know, is server-driven UI tools that renders at this moment about 30 screens in Allegro mobile apps on both Android and iOS. And it is most notably known to be the tool that can be used to create content screens in mobile apps. So screens with frequently changed layouts, business requirements, but with very few interactions with the user. And when we first designed Mbox over 3 years ago, we had exactly such screens in mind, screens like the main page. The content of this page changes very frequently, even multiple times a day. But as you can see, interactions are pretty limited. The screens mostly only allows navigating to some different screens, for example, to product page. And over time, we realized, and also we received feedback from teams that use Mbox, that this approach is very limiting, and we need to think bigger. We need to expand what's possible in Mbox to allow it to be used on more screens, but also to give more possibilities to developers that already use it and want to implement some more complicated things with it. So at this presentation, we want to share with you what changes we introduce in Mbox to create a much more powerful and much more powerful version of it. And this version of Mbox will allow creating much more interactive mobile content. But as I mentioned, we won't show you this on the typical screens that you know from the app. Instead, during this presentation, we will create a video game with you.
Yeah, and not any video game, but one of the first games developed in early history of video games. The Tic-Tac-Toe. The game was implemented in 1952, one of the first storage program computers, AT-SCC, and named the OXO. The game looked like this. The player entered the input using a rotary telephone controller, which you can see here. Using this controller, they selected which of the 9 squares on the board they wish to move next. The player played against an artificially intelligent opponent, which could play a perfect game. What does it mean? It means the best result you can get was a draw. It was not possible to win. And this is the game we'll be recreating using Mbox. Our version looks slightly different. We don't have a rotary telephone controller, obviously. Instead of noughts and crosses, we use avocado and guacamole emojis after our team names. The player, we have two screens. First for the gameplay and another for the second for the settings, where a player can change game mode and enter their names. The whole game definition, all interactions and the logic of opponent's move will be defined on the Mbox backend service and executed in the app without any additional call to the backend during the game.
Okay, so let's start with the least complicated part, at least for my Mbox, rendering the layout of our game. And from the very start, as we designed Mbox, our goal was to give as much flexibility as possible to developers that will be used. So, for example, to allow rendering main page, instead of defining some domain-specific complex elements, like the icon tile, we defined multiple atomic components, image, label, spaces, button, etc. And those components can be freely arranged using different types of containers. And using those simple building blocks, developers can build even very complicated screens on the backend service. And thanks to the fact that it's built on backend, when the requirements change, when our icon tile needs to suddenly look completely different, you can easily change the definition of the backend and release this modified version without releasing the new version of the app. And because of that approach, despite the fact that Mbox was not designed to create games, but even now creating the board of the tic-tac-toe game was fairly simple. We can use some labels for our game markers, so the avocado and guacamole emoji, and also we can use space as our board separators. We will need also some buttons to start our game, and we will use simple image as the background of our board. And all those elements can be arranged using some flex containers and stack containers, and that will create our game board, which looks, I think, pretty nice, but at this point it's pretty useless since we cannot interact with it. So let's think about what can be changed in Mbox that would allow us to implement the game on the backend. So the first thing that we need is a place to store the data that the user inputs. And for that, we created something called registry. Registry is a simple map of strings that allows you to save data under the given key in the scope of the rendered screen. And to see how it works, let's look at some very simple example. Let's look at a simple screen built in Mbox.js that contains only the text input. And as you can see, this text input has some special field, registry key. And when the player name changes, in Flipper, we can see the current state of our registry. Flipper is our tool for development. And as you can see, when player name changes, we also the value in registry changes. So we have a way to store the data thanks to that. Okay, so now we have a way to store the data, but we also need a way to use this data and to create interactive content using this data. And for that, we added another mechanism, bindings. And the bindings allow observing the data saved in registry and use it to change the displayed content. For example, we can create slightly more complicated screen that contains text input and some labels. And as you can see, in the label, I defined the field called binding. And in this binding, I define that I want the field text of the label to have the value that is not set directly, but is the same as the value that I saved in the registry under the provided key. And as you can see, this simple snippet allows me to create the screen that you can see on the right. So whenever player name changes, also the value of the text in the label changes. So it can be useful in many use cases, but also those simple bindings are pretty limited because they allow only linking the same data types without any transformation. We cannot, for example, use those simple bindings to disable and enable the button, since when the player name changes, well, for example, we want to enable button only when player name is not empty. We cannot do it because the enabled field in the button is Boolean, and the value in text input is string. Those types are not compatible. And let's not forget that we do not only want to be able to convert the data, we also want to define on the backend the algorithm of our game and the brain of our opponent. And of course, Mbox is not a game engine, but the years that we spent working on Mbox taught us that it really pays off to be as flexible as possible, because we are simply not able to foresee every scenario in which Mbox will be used. So when we design our approach to converting data and logic in Mbox, we wanted to provide the same degree of flexibility as we do for layouts. So how did we do it? Well, this is how the client-side logic was born. What is client-side logic and how it was created? Well, we implemented a set of atomic logic operators. Those are just basic building blocks that are available in every programming language or standard libraries. And all those logic operators can be freely combined on the backend to create even very complicated business logic. For both Mbox Kotlin and Mbox.js, we provided the DSL, so defining client-side logic expressions is very similar to just writing regular code in Kotlin or in TypeScript. But as you can see, Mbox.js version is much more concise and looks just like the regular code. And those expressions that you see here are not evaluated, are not run on backend service, but instead, those expressions are converted to JSON format. And when the app requests the definition of the page, they are sent as a part of those page definition. And on mobile apps, those expressions are evaluated using the client-side logic engine. This is the Kotlin multi-platform library that we created, and it was added to Mbox on Android and on iOS as a dependency. So all those expressions that you wrote on the backend, when they are triggered, they are evaluated instantly using the current data from registry. And we also, of course, receive result instantly without additional call to the backend service. And this mechanism, client-side logic, can be used, for example, to create more complicated bindings than the one you just saw before. And those are called bindings with converters. Let's use an example enabling the button when the player name is not empty, how we can implement it using bindings. Well, we create very similar definition to very similar binding than you just saw before. We define that we want the value of the field enabled of the button. We be bound to the field, to the key in registry, to the value in registry under key that is linked to our text input. But this time we also define something like converter. I named it the player name verifier, and this verifier only checks if gets the value from registry and checks if the value is not empty. So this expression is evaluated each time the player name changes, and as you can see, when the player name is not empty, the button is enabled. And this is very simple client-side logic expression. Let's make it a bit more complicated. We can, for example, check if the player name has the required length, or maybe we want to check if it contains some forbidden text. We have lots of possibilities because all those operators that are defined can be freely combined. And those are still very simple examples. Paweł will show you the real power of them in the very short moment. Okay, and client-side logic can be also used without bindings. We have a couple of mechanisms for that, and we will be also using them in the tic-tac-toe game. The first mechanism is trigger, registry value change. And this trigger allows us to execute any action when value under given key changes. And for example, as you can see, I can trigger show alert dialog whenever the value of the player name changes. But to make this alert dialog a bit less intrusive, I can also add something called triggering condition. And in this condition, I defined that I only want to display dialog when the player is avocado. Okay, and this is first of the mechanism. And the second mechanism that we will also be using in the game is set registry logic action. And this action allows you to execute the logic expression and save the result in the registry under given key. We added this action because not every value that you want to store in the registry needs to be directly displayed. So it allows us to save some value, but not necessarily show it to the user. And for example, as you can see, I was able to create some prototype for our game. When I clicked the cell, the value under the key cell changed to 1. And this value can be different depending on the current player. Okay, and those are all the building blocks on the very simple example. And now Paweł will show you how to use them to build the actual tic-tac-toe game.
Yeah, the primary purpose of OXO was to show possibilities of reading to memory and reading from it. This game is a perfect candidate for the first game Mbox. But before we had 2 games in Mbox. So this is the first game Mbox with opponent. We already have a form and game field implemented. Each interaction user with the game field places a specific move in our memory registry. By putting mark on the right side, we can see the representation of it in the registry on the left. Each cell has a name from A1 to C3. So we have a relation between the data and the bound text on the screen in the cell. But our game needs rules. When we think about tic-tac-toe rules, we have only few of them. 3-on-3 game field. Players take turns making moves. When the line of 3 has the same mark, player wins. We need to switch between 2 players. Registry trigger always launches when the registry key is changed. We observe each cell on the game field, so we can switch the player to another when a player's move ends. This is an example of observing of the first cell in Mbox.js. The named cell is A1. When the value of current player is equal to avocado, we can switch it to guacamole. Else, we return avocado player movement. Also, we need to find out when someone wins. We have 8 lines to observe. 3 columns, A, B, C, 3 rows, 1, 2, 3, and 2 crosses, A1, C3, and A3, C1. But how can we find out about the win in a single line? We just need to transform player 1 move to number of 1 and second player move to -1. Otherwise, we put 0. Next, we need to just count each line value by adding its cells. For this example, in row 1, we have a line equal to 1, but in column C, line is equal to 3. So does it mean we have a winner, which is player 1? We can see how we observe changes in lines. A1, A2, and A3 are cells in lane A. We set the calculated line value at the line registry key. And this is what the win detection code looks like. If the line is equal to 3 or -3, we have a winner. We set it player name to the winner key. Following trigger, catch when the winner key changes to not blank value and presents nice dialog with winner information and the button which could reload the game. So I think we can start play. On the left, we can see Flipper tool. Now we have only one call to the backend for the definition of the game. We can switch to Mbox Actions Inspector plugin. We have a registry representation. We have all the triggered by user or by the registry actions. Yeah, we switch to the 2 players and we can input our name, avocado and guacamole. Yeah, on the left, we can see the representation of them in the registry. Now, when we start the game, we see the current player key, and when I am changing, when I am taking turns, the key is changing. Here is binding of the current player key. So when someone wins, we also have a nice dialog. Here also we can see the line calculations. So yeah, I can play with my friends now in the office, but I have a problem when I am working from home. My wife doesn't always have time to play with me, and the children are too small. So I need to write a computer player to challenge me. Yeah, the best solution for this game is implementation of min-max algorithm from game theory. But for me, straightforward will be implementation of experts algorithm with a win and lose detection in the next move. So look how it can look in simplified block structure, step by step. In the first step, we check that the field game is empty. If yes, we put avocado emoji on A1. In the next turn, the field is not empty, so we check that we can win. We are using the line calculations made for the win detection. If one of the lines is equal to, we place mark on empty spot. When we cannot win, we search for a line equal to -2. If there is one, we put avocado to avoid lose. This is a time for the express move. If we can put it one of them, we put it. These moves are my moves where I am playing a real game with friends. If there is no option to pick any move from this set, we are taking first empty cell. Yeah, I think we can play it with our opponent now. Okay, but going to the networking one time when we making new game, there is a request. So we have 3 games because I have resetted it previously. So yeah, now we have 1 player. Second will be Mole, and we try to win. Okay, first move A1. So we try to win. Okay. Here also we have last move from the computer, and where I am playing, yeah, computer wins. Winner key is computer, and this is the text from the definition. Maybe one more time. Okay, I will try to. It will be the same. So as you can see, the computer opponent is quite good. By using MBOX architecture, we can now make a game you want using new tools. But the primary purpose of them is to make more interactive views using MBOX.
Yeah, as Paweł mentioned, well, MBOX is definitely not a tool for creating games, but we wanted to show you this use case to emphasize how much change in MBOX and how versatile this tool is becoming. And all those new mechanisms and also MBOX.js, which you saw during those examples, all those things give, we think, much better developer experience and much more power. So we can even say that we are on our way to creating MBOX 2.0. That reminds very little of MBOX that you may know from 2 or 1 year ago even. And all those mechanisms that Paweł showed you, that Paweł used to create the game, can be used and were created to be used on Allegro app to create mechanisms such as form validation, some interactive checkboxes, calculators. You can create some repeating requests that periodically check the payment status, and many, many more. And we really encourage you to try it out. And I'm also happy to announce that if you want to learn MBOX, there are brand new trainings available on MindUp. The first training will show you how to create mobile features in MBOX.js, because as you for sure noticed, almost all the examples were written in TypeScript, not in Kotlin. And that's because we believe MBOX.js gives a much better developer experience than MBOX Kotlin, mainly because of hot reload, but also because of the much more developer-friendly API. And I really encourage you to try it out, even if you are not front-end developer. I'm not. And even if you are not using TypeScript, I think you will really like it. And the second training, during the second training, you can learn how to use all the mechanisms, all those mechanisms that we just showed you during this presentation. So you will learn about bindings, client-side logic, bindings with converters, all the triggers and action that Paweł used to create game. But of course, you can use them and should use them to create more interactive mobile screens in Allegro. And for now, all trainings are in Polish, but if you need training in English, let us know. We'll organize something. But apart from building mobile screens using MBOX, we also encourage you to contribute to it, especially if you are a mobile developer. How can you do it? For example, you can join us as tourists to learn MBOX, how MBOX works under the hood. 15 tourists join our teams already, and each of them implemented some new components, some new mechanisms in MBOX that are used to this day. And our goal is to make MBOX a tool that is open to contributions from other teams, especially for mobile developers. So we are always really happy when, even after tourism ends, some of our tourists, for example, developers from Quokka team, still contribute to our rendering engines. It's really great because it helps us scale. And we are also taking the first steps in open sourcing some parts of MBOX. Now we have one open source repository, the engine that executes client-side logic expressions. This is the Kotlin multi-platform project that I mentioned earlier. And in the long run, we want to move more and more pieces to. It's not easy and it will take some time, but making Mbox gradually more open for both internal and external also, if it's possible, contributions should help us better scale Mbox. And that's all from us today. Thank you all for being here with us, and we're happy to answer your questions.
Thank you for a really inspirational talk. It was great to hear some news from Mbox, and I'm also happy that my team Włocka was also mentioned as one of the contributors, and number of tourists, like 15, is really impressive. So
yeah, we're really happy to, because they really implemented very cool stuff, and sometimes even they solve problems that we had troubles to solve, and it always gives us some new perspectives, and so it's really great.
Cool. We have 4 minutes for questions, so I will start with the first one. It's in Polish, but it's about being front developer and having idea about the screen, and the person does not know iOS or Android, nor Mbox. So how much time would it take to create simple screen and put it on production?
Well, I think if you are front-end developer, the thing that may give you some troubles at first might be setting the emulator and simulator, so Android and iOS. Android emulator, iOS simulator to test your changes. But apart from that, the Guacamole team works on Mbox.js for people like you. So our goal is that when you set up this emulator simulator, then you can build your screens in minutes. And also build it close to the OpenBox definition of it. So yeah, it also depends if I don't know the screen, but so it depends. But our goal is to make it as short as possible.
Great, thank you for this answer. The second question, I think it's quite controversial one. Are we going to rewrite both native apps to Mbox?
I don't know. I think it's the decision of the teams that work on those screens. Well, historically, Mbox was designed to address the problem that we had too few hands to create native screens. So we used WebView instead as a quick fix. And when those web views were not well designed to work well with our app, they created bad user experience. So it was the main; those screens were our main goal, not those screens that were native. But I think, I cannot. I think even if we were going to rewrite both native apps to Mbox, it's lots of work, and it is long time. And I think there are some places when it's maybe not suitable, but in many cases we can really make our development faster if we do it.
Great, thank you for this answer. Another question, whether the screen that is written on iOS and Android on Mbox will be available also on web, or it should be done separately?
Maybe Paweł will answer for that, because I'm answering all the questions.
Yeah, and now for now, when you're making the screen for the iOS and Android, it's only available for the mobile apps. But maybe in future we could make another renderer engine for the web. For now, there is no option for that.
Well, maybe I will add that, Mbox works really closely to OpenBox. So the usual flow looks like that. You create some OpenBox component. So you create the web version for it using not Mbox, definitely Mbox is for mobile. and you create the definition also for iOS and Android. So I think this is the complementary tool for the tools that you use already for the web.
Great, thank you. And I think one last question. Why Mbox was not chosen as an engine for mini apps?
I think it's not a
Tomato.
question for us.
I thought you're maybe not the right target to ask that question.
Yeah, I think there might be a couple of reasons. Well, Mbox is really close to Metrum. I'm not sure if all the mini apps have to be in Metrum. And well, using their own engine, I guess, gives them the clean slate to experiment. And also, well, it depends if you are asking about mini apps or the. I don't know if answering the question is also public, because I'm not sure if I can say the word publicly.
So maybe we can say that if the person
Yeah, this other project that is very similar but not the same. But there are many apps written in Mbox. There was loyalty cards mini app launched internally this Monday, and this is built with Mbox. But of course, also there is an engine that is not using Mbox. And why? I think you can ask Bartek Górkowy. He will answer it better than me, I guess.
Great, thank you. There are still some questions, but we need to make a break and have some rest before next presentation. So Paulina, Paweł, once again, thank you very much for a great presentation and conversation.
Can I add something? If you still have questions, I'm not sure if we can answer them on Slido, probably not, but if you want to ask us something about Mbox, you can reach us directly, or you can write on help Mbox on Slack. We are there to help you.
We encourage everyone to do so. Meantime, I remind everyone that it's possible to vote for the best presentation of today, and it can be done on the ATM website. And I invite everyone for a break, and see you in 10 minutes. Bye.
Bye. Thanks.
Welcome after the break. Next presentation will be about lesson learned from building DataVis library. It will be conducted by Adrian Brusch. Adrian, welcome.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for having me.
A few words about Adrian before we will get to the point, so to the presentation. Adrian is a front-end developer with a soft spot for data visualization. In Allegro, he maintains Tornado and had built DataVis adjacent applications in React and Svelte. When I checked your description on Slack, you are visible as a chart engineer in Allegro. So I think it explains a lot why this specific topic for the presentation. But of course, I will ask, could you say a bit more why data visualization topic for ATM?
I have a slide for this random question prepared. So I will just start.
Of course. Welcome.
So I gave a talk titled Introduction to Data Visualization a few months ago, and it was really about common libraries are not enough for custom visualization. I argued that they put too much focus on chart types, and they are expose only chart types as the smallest primitive, and it's not flexible enough, and it's very hard to create something new using these libraries. And I propose a solution that we should focus on smaller components with great inspiration from Grammar of Graphics. So components like marks, for example, lines, points, areas, and also axes, legends, some layouts. And today session is a second part. It's more practical one because we are gonna build a chart. Not very complicated, but not very common in libraries. It was first created by Cedric Scherer. It is a rain cloud plot that shows the bill ratios of penguins from Palmer Islands. So what's a rain cloud plot? It's a plot designed to show distribution of some variable, and it consists of two parts. There's cloud and rain below. So we have a histogram that shows great summary of distribution of this value, but histograms are tricky. They depend not only on the data, but they depend also on parameters that you use to create them. So to mitigate this, we add a scatter plot below with all our observations, so we can spot some outliers or we can investigate some weird spikes in our histogram. And what's bill ratio? This is the ratio between beak's length and depth for a penguin. And apparently, this is a very important metric for scientists that are concerned with penguins. So this is our design. This is what we want to recreate. And I will use my library in Svelte, where I will use few components to speed things up. And whenever we get a new design to create a new web application, first step is to try to solve the placement to position elements everywhere. And our usual tools like flex and grid properties, or maybe design systems with back components, are no good here because they are designed for fluid responsive content. And in data visualizations, we mostly use absolute coordinates because we want to convey some information by position or size. So we need some much better primitives for this. We will start with scene definition. This is plain JavaScript object that describes a rectangle on the screen. We have something very similar in DOM API. scene component. This is a component that renders definition to some DOM element. For example, it can be a div with absolute position and top left coordinates, or it can be an SVG group with transform property. So we use these components to avoid this manual calculating of margins and positions. But whenever we add any new primitive to our system, we should think about doing it some operators for transforming these primitives, for creating new ones. And in case of scenes, the most common operation would be nesting. Just like we nest containers in our DOM, we will be nesting scenes. So we need some way to keep current scene definition. It will be kept in context. And operators would be just components that render new scenes based on the current scene definition, with, of course, some transformation to make it more interesting. So simple example is inset component. Let's say we have this nice pink rectangle in some scene, and we want to add blue rectangle with some margins. So we use inset component, we pass some properties with margins, and this component would grab from the context the scene definition, calculate new dance using these margin props, and render its children in new scene. So this blue rectangle has nice margins around it. Okay, so we will start with our chart using responsive scene. This is an SVG node that would take whole available space and would expose its dimensions to its children. Then we will reserve some space on the left for labels and for axis at the bottom. And in the center, we would have a chart. So we have these nice 3 rectangles. Now we need to divide this chart between all our species of penguins. So we depend on the data. So with D3 nomenclature, we will use accepts data, accept domain, in this case, a list of species, and selector function. This function would select species from data point. And finally, we need to provide a scale. We will use a band scale because we are dealing with categorical data. And we are going to set some padding. We set this padding here because I believe the parent should control the white space around its children. It's much easier that way. And then in default slot, we render some rectangles. So we have 3 rows. And finally, we need to divide each row between our histogram and scatter plot. To do this, we'll use a split component that again uses slots to render something inside new scenes. So we again have 2 rectangles. And now we should be ready to draw some data. We will start with scatter plot. We want 1 mark, in this case a point per penguin in our data set. This point's X position should be determined by the penguin's bill ratio, and Y position will be random. We want to add this jitter to avoid overplotting of very similar values. And this is a description of data encoding. Data encoding is a bread and butter of data visualization. It's the most common operation that we are going to do. And I propose a nice abstraction over this, a frame. Name is borrowed from the semiotic library. And we have multiple frames because we can deal with different kinds of data. But right now, we want to deal with continuous data, and we want to produce X and Y coordinates to draw something on the screen. So we'll use XY frame. And under the hood, any frame is just a glorified for loop. It iterates over data set. It selects a specific variable from data point. It passes this variable to scale function, and produced value is returned as an attribute value that we can use to pass to our mark component. So our XY frame accepts data. So this is an array of our penguins. And as a default slot, we pass a point. We want to draw a point. Then we pass scale, regular linear scale, our domain, so the range of bill ratios, and finally a selector for X value. What's worth noting is we don't have bill ratio in our data set. We use a function to compute it. So using this selector function, we get flexibility and independence from the data format. As I said, for Y coordinate, we produce random value, and XY frame produces for us X and Y variables. So we can pass them to point component, and we have nice scatter plots. What's interesting, we passed our domain to frame component. You could ask, couldn't frame calculate domain itself? It has whole data set, it has selector functions, it should be very easy. In simple cases, yes, but most often it's much more complicated. If you would do this with our data set, we would get this result. Each species would have different scale, would have different domain that would create different scale, and they are gonna be misaligned. We couldn't use this common axis at the bottom to read our values. So passing domain explicitly solves this problem, and it solves a lot of problems when dealing with interaction, where we want to hide some data points, but we want to still show the same chart area. Before we continue on this chart, let's take a quick detour. Let's say we have weather data, temperature for our city for each day. We can plot it as a bar chart or as a line chart. It's pretty obvious that these charts show the same data, but there is small but significant difference here. On the bar chart, we have one mark, one bar for each data point for each day. On line chart, we have only one mark, this line, for whole series. And this distinction is often hidden in libraries. And there's good reason for it, because we have nicer API. We are not concerned if we want to process each data point separately or whole series. But it can get very hairy very quickly. For example, if we want to compare temperatures to previous year, we could use a candlestick chart. But here, each rectangle uses two variables for each data point, and it can a new variable, the sign of the difference, to color it red or green. And in line chart version, this is often called an area difference chart. We have two lines that use whole series but use different variables in the series. And then we have this colored area that uses both variables and also uses this computed variable. So it gets very complicated very quickly. And I think this choice should be explicit in visualization. And we have very good place for it, because this is a part of data encoding. We can declare how we want to process these data points inside our frame. And we are gonna do this with our histogram. But really quick, first we need to prepare some data for our histogram. We will use D3 library to put each penguin in a bucket that's described by lower and upper bound of Gini ratio. So we have this series of buckets, and each penguin falls in one of these bins. Then we will create two functions, one that returns number of penguins that fell in one bucket, and a midpoint. So this average, not really average, this is a midpoint between the bounds of one bucket. And we want to draw a line with X and Y coordinates to do this. It's really not a line, it's a closed area. So we use area component in default slot. But as a data, we pass single element array because we want only one area. Of course, this element is a sequence, but frame doesn't care about it. It sees one element, so it will iterate over one element. It doesn't care about the complexity of this element. Scales and domains really doesn't change, so we pass them as usual. Only difference is with I don't want to select a single value. Single value is not enough to draw a line. We need at least 2 points. So we want to produce an array of midpoints and array of counts. And for now, we need to wrap them in this as array constructor. This is just not great API in my library for now. And frame would produce X and Y values, but they are sequence really. So let's pluralize their names and pass to area component. And we achieved our goal. This is a nice rain cloud chart for our penguins, but I think we can play with it a little more. Let's say instead of a scatter plot, we want to create tick marks. This is the component that renders it, but really only these lines are different when you compare it to scatter plot component. So first we use different component. Instead of point, we use tick. And because tick requires 2 coordinates for Y attribute, inside our Y selector, we return a map with top and bottom. And that's an effect. I mean, if we look at it, we should add some inset to add some padding. But we can go even further. We can stack scatterplot and ticks, again, using this split component, the similar operator for our scenes. And that's how it looks. I mean, it's not really useful right now, but it's possible. So, okay, and we can go even further. Let's say we want to show median value for our histogram, but not only a label. We want to position this label according to our common x-axis. So we start with our component. First, we calculate median from our data, and we render as a text node. Then we want this median value, but we have single value and want to produce single attribute. So frame would be an overkill. Simple scale function would be just enough. And we should always stick to simplest abstraction possible. So first, we will grab a scene definition from the context, and with this scene definition and domain, we will create a scale function. And then we can calculate X attribute using this scale, passing the median for our data set. And this X attribute will pass as a property to text node. So we have these nice annotations that are in correct places. So that's the final chart for now. And to quickly summarize everything, I stand by my advice. We should focus on components and they should be small. I mean, we create smaller and smaller components in front end and we get growth. Why data visualization should be any different? Grammar of graphics is a great starting point, great inspiration. So create components for common marks like points, lines, areas, violins or box plots. Create guides like axes and legends, and even transformation like for normalized bar chart, or maybe layouts like tree maps or force diagrams. We also need primitives for placement because usual tools doesn't work with absolute coordinates. So we need scenes that can be easily nested. So we need few operators for this. Data encoding is a main point of data visualization. And if scale function is enough for your use case, use scale function. But if we have coupled variables, frames would be a great solution. And here, use selectors to get this data format independence. So we don't require from developers a specific format for their data. Passing explicit domain simplifies a lot of things, and frames are a great place where we can define if we are dealing with each data point separately or we want to process whole series at once. Components should be focused, so there's nothing wrong with creating a row and column frame. Under the hood, of course, you can use some generic component, but exposing these components give better API for developers, gives better property names, and it's much easier to use. I mean, if we use flex in CSS and we set flex direction, it's really hard to remember in which way we want to justify or align elements. And many libraries try to create this common schema for all chart types. And it really doesn't work. Generic names like X, Y, and color doesn't make sense for bigger charts. I mean, what's X variable inside stacked bar chart? Is it the start of all bars? It is a sequence of start coordinates, maybe it's a sequence of lengths. I mean, it's really hard to know. Of course, we are going to create some components that deal with these generic concepts, but we should keep them local. So like I created the XY frames, we are concerned with X and Y names only if we are rendering something in X and Y coordinates. So yeah, and if you want to introduce some names that are generic, like our XY frame introduced the X and Y outputs, they should be introduced to the local scope so developers can rename them. So instead of dealing with X, they can deal with something like bar left coordinate. And that's all. Thank you for listening. And if we have some questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Adrian, thank you for a really great talk. And yes, we do have a question and we still have time. So the question is, did you consider to do this chart in D3.js?
So my library uses D3 under the hood. I always advise to use D3 functions in whenever framework you are using. Just use your framework for rendering elements, but calculate everything using D3. It's a gold standard in data visualization.
Great, thank you for this answer. That was the only one question, but we still have some time. So if there are any more thoughts you'd like to share, something that came into your mind while preparing this presentation, it's that there is time for this.
So maybe a disclaimer. When I submitted this talk, I was certain that I'm gonna release this library really soon, but then life happened and it's not still ready. So don't look for a link on the GitHub yet.
Great, thank you for sharing. And we also have a question about, could you provide us a link to your library? But I think that there's it's not yet ready, but maybe you can, if somebody is interested, can contact you and you can maybe give some, I don't know, pre-access to some, I don't know, test version.
Yes, if you really want to look around, I can provide you with invite to private repository.
Great. And there are some more questions for you, so I'm happy to read them. Do you have any resources to recommend if I wanted to start with data visualization?
Yes, I think the great start is a book by Amelia Waterberger. I will provide a link in the ITM channel, but it's called something like Full Stack D3. It's an introduction to D3 library, and it uses React and in some cases Angular to render the visualization. So it's really up to date.
Great. And one more, not question, general observation, nice presentation, cheers. And I must say the same. Thank you again. And I remind everyone that it's possible to vote for the best presentation of today. You can do so on the ATM website. And I think we can invite everyone for a break. And we will see each other on the next presentation at 3:20. It will be about front-end with fast architecture. Thank you and have a nice break.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye. Cześć wszystkim po przerwie. Następna prezentacja to frontend w architekturze
Hi
FAS.
everybody, after the break, front-end in FAS architecture is the topic of the next presentation. Rafał Augustyniak will be the speaker. Hi, Rafał. A few words about you. As you've said, you've been working in the Upbox team for the last 4 years. You ensure that the Upbox service quality is ensured. I have 2 fun facts from your team colleagues. One is that you're known for throwing in a topic at the end of the meeting, which is neutral apparently, but turns into a very long discussion. Well, not at the end of the meeting, maybe like 15 minutes before the end. Okay. And sometimes they confuse you with Bartek Gałek. Is it true? Right. I was once approved for playing the triangle brilliantly. It was funny. That was in back in Poznan, my Poznan days. Right. So it's true. It is true. Right. A question from me before I let you move on to the presentation. Why this topic? Why this particular topic? Well, my presentation answers your question brilliantly. Well, in a nutshell, the problem of implementations and the FAS architecture has been with us for quite a while, but I will not tell you more. You will see it all during my presentations on my slides. Right, thank you. Hi, my presentation today will be about FAS architecture, not about how to do it from start to end, but it will be a case study where you can see how this architecture works and how it was implemented in this particular case. You will find out why we went for developing the main application based on FAS architecture. As a component creator, you can think about, you're thinking about using the solution probably, but I will refer to that in a second. My name is Rafał Augustyniak. I said that this is a case study, which means that this implementation is on Upbox. I'm sure there are people here who don't know what Upbox really is. This is an architecture, a bit of a CMS, a bit of micro front-end. It allows you to manage and serve front-end in Allegro. It has 3 basic services. First is the manager, used to create and define the website structure. Then it's sent to the next structure, namely core. Site structure is decored. And then in the end, it gets to renderer that prepares the final HTML and the final response that will reach the browser. We will focus on the renderer service. What's the responsibility of the service? Well, it receives a structure, which is a tree structure. It is a list of boxes and front-end fragments to be rendered. And the renderer selects the implementation to an appropriate component provided by external teams, and it's supposed to provide HTML, CSS, and JS, so all the assets needed to serve a given front end, and then renderer processes all those HTML, CSS, and GSS of the tree and provides the answer. What's the structure of renderer? Well, the main process starts sub-processes. There's a separate HTTP server started at every sub-process. It's a role balancing at the level of a single instance, and from every HTTP server, there are separate threads that are new renderers, where the structure I mentioned is being sent to, and at this thread, this structure is turned into the final HTML. On every renderer, there's a register of components, so register of all the implementations provided by external teams. And as you can see, unfortunately, this register is not shared at the level of the series, so every single implementation is actually duplicated in the memory depending on the number of renderers in use. Why is it problematic? Well, the problem is similar to the one we talked some time ago on our Allegro channel, where we talked about the growing number of microservices. The same goes for components. Year after year, we're seeing that this list has no intention of stopping. It keeps growing, and there's no tendency for the number of components to drop. It keeps growing. The result is that the demand for memory grows as well, and the demand for the number of instances that must serve the traffic generated on Allegro. Debugging is also a problem. We've had some interesting cases that were resulting directly from the current architecture we have. There were situations where part of components started to take a longer time to get rendered, and we noticed errors that were context-free, and we had to try and connect it to a certain component from our register. We also experience problems of the NPM world, like the famous color parcel problem from early this year. What are the potential solutions to this problem? Well, service components as independent services, but there are two problems to this scenario. Well, first of all, most component creators work as front-end software engineers, and they are not dealing with the back-end world on a daily basis. That may cause some issues in component maintenance. We would actually need to force all component creators to learn this knowledge overnight. The core service is responsible for communication risk, timeout service, error service. They're all responsible for this. If it's responsible from the component level, we're not responsible for it. We're not ready for it. This service would be requested from independent components. At the level of Obbox core, we can provide a single answer on different elements of front end. The second major problem why we chose this architecture is implementation. When Obbox was being developed, when there were not too many components, well, all you had to do is to come to our channel and say, hey, I have a component to implement, why don't you do it? And we could do it right away. But once we received very many requests, we were not able to keep the status as it was, because we would have to hire a dedicated person that would handle implementation. So we came up with an implementation process that goes like this. You had to upbeat a component version, then you have to merge it to the app at 10:45, that is 25 minutes later. The merging option is stopped, parcel is being created, and the implementation starts at 11. The changes go to the production, but life is not all that rosy. We imagined it to be a brilliant solution, but once we got on this train with the implementation queue, it turned out that there's not enough space, that the train is delayed, and that there's a weird guy walking around trying to sell some cold beer. So the reality is different than your idea of it. At 10:20, there are attempts to merge, but there are more people who are trying to upbeat their version and implement their changes within the same time frame, and you need to wait for the parcel to be built, and then you can merge it. But someone else may come up, and I have to handle the conflicts. Then, instead of cutting the main parcel off, it turns out that at the very last moment, there's a person who needs to implement some very important changes at 11. It's often the case. Well, for example, sometimes I forget that I need to have an implementation. I realize that I have to do it at 11. And A fun fact, I once managed to do it in my PJs. Okay, 11:10, again, very urgent amendment that has to be implemented. Okay, 11:15, full presence. Sometimes it's a bit later because someone's at a meeting, someone forgot about the implementation. You had to look for the guy on Slack. And okay, imagine that at 11:12 we have the parcel ready. We send it to the pre-production, but we have to make a withdrawal, and then it gets to pre-production again. And finally, at noon, the implementation we can go live because it's finally ready. Okay, it may also happen that after you finished working, there are some problems with the component. Unfortunately, we cannot turn back the app to the previous version because if the changes were made at a certain time, some of them can be removed and some must stay. And it may take from 20 to 30 minutes if there are some problems along the way. How could this be handled? We were wondering what to do with it. Well, an idea we had was to take those components out of the renderer and provide a solution to synchronize this register in all environments we're interested in. But there are some problems involved, like the mechanism itself. It's not as nice and easy. How to implement it? How should it work? What to do once hotfix emerges? Should we stop the entire synchronization process? We're also blocking the possibility of implementing changes in the main app if we want to win a few hours. If you were changing the environment version from 15 to 16, for example, there's a tendency that certain problems will tend to emerge after the implementation. And still, the scalability problem remains. It's not solved. It turns out that FAS architecture is the answer to our problems, but what it's all about. Let's imagine, let's make an experiment. Let's forget out. Let's think about what do we need to launch a service. Well, we need a server, then we need the virtualization layer, firewall, the system, we need the environment, and ensure the application code. A working app that can respond to HTTP requests. There are different architecture that make this time shorter. They help generate new service faster. One of the examples of such architecture is IaaS, performance on service. Where's FAS? It's here. It's actually bigger than all the others. And we are only interested in the function and the business logic, which works perfectly in our case because people working as a front-end software engineer don't really need to maintain this main app. So with FAS, I'm sorry, I'll start again. We decided that FAS is the perfect answer to the problems we've had, so we went for simple implementations. Okay, the implementations were supposed to be simple. The migration to new solution was supposed to be nice and easy as well. And finally, no regression when it comes to response time for the user. What was POTS like? Well, first we had the FAS instance on dev. We chose OpenFAS, and here I would like to thank to the core team because they keep supporting us in the implementation of this device. And I would like to thank Ejik as well, because he helped us in the early stages of this project. And I would like to thank for helping us with this. I was asked by him to correct the placement of hearts. So here it is. Once the fast instance was ready, we went for the implementation of communication from renderer so that requests could be made for certain components on fast. And finally, a couple of components were implemented for testing because we wanted to check the effectiveness. The first results we got were pretty promising because the tests we did were about regression. It was from 5 to 15 milliseconds per component. Okay, we moved on to the implementation, to the architecture itself, and it's like this. It all gets to the renderer communicates with FOSS, and FOSS has the replicas of different components. Next, the response is collected from components as HTML is being sent to the renderer, and it returns to the browser with the response. How to implement new component versions? Well, if we wanted to do it, we had to provide a personal manager service. It's a kind of an intermediary responsible for communication with the FAS instance. We also had to verify whether we are authorized to implement a given function, and this service is aligned with the front-end section in App Engine responsible for the said implementations. We can summarize whether we managed to achieve the goals that we have assumed. For simple implementations, definitely so. Just check our admin section, select the component you're interested in, go to the Implement tab, and you want to change, deploy, select version, there you go. The new version gets to production. A simple migration, very much so. The condition being that the dependencies between your components must be current, up to date. And here you just need to add a new option, a new argument in the publish section to inform it that it has to build a fast component, it has to be fast and not npm. Then regression.
Które dobrze zobrazuje po prostu kolejny slajd. No bo
Fortunately, some issues appeared, which will be well illustrated by this following slide. The component bar is one of the first to have been deployed to the production, and it usually renders between 1 or 2 milliseconds, but at the gateway, i.e. the stage of communication with the reply, is up to 20 milliseconds, but from the perspective of the renderer, some wait times could have reached 70 milliseconds or even exceed 100 milliseconds in particular peaks. Unfortunately, we need to bear in mind that this regression related to network will persist. Conclusion, we need to be prepared to have it more expensive. But since the environment is dispersed, there are new paths for optimization of this world, for instance, including caches, memoization, optimization of CPU resources, or memory for particular replicas, or communication with the communication protocol. The most interesting part that we really hope for, which will help us deal with the network issue, is the simultaneous render. Why weren't we able to address the implementation of the simultaneous render? Is the CPU, and secondly, the granulation of components. At the level of single instance, we couldn't cause all the component to be rendered simultaneously, but this would have been a queue or a number of several components that can be rendered at the same time. And others would need to wait in the thread pool for the process to be available. So taking into consideration how our pages are built, for instance, our landing page can be simple to render functions that comprise more than several hundred components. This could result in a regression leading to having one component in a single thread being for each of such components, the communication time would need to be taken into consideration from the perspective of a simple function. Another interesting feature that this FAS approach gives us is experimenting with the environment, for instance, from the perspective of the most recent achievements in JavaScript. We have a new runtime bank which boasts much better results in terms of servers Android React, and it's much easier to migrate to new environment than from the perspective of the entire environment, because should one component cause problems during rendering, then we would not need to put the entire migration process on hold and wait for all the components to be compatible. So to summarize quickly, the difference between the component as a library and function. It's about the efficiency. Function is slower, library is quicker. Another issue is the complexity of deployment. The function is simple. For library, we have to bump the repository, and when deploying the component as a library, we have the scale issue, while for the function, they scale very quickly regardless of the traffic and our needs. Probably you may be a bit confused whether your component was okay. So if you're responsible for container rich text or image titles, so supplying a small bits of HTML over a short time, and you have multiple components on a page, then we do not recommend moving to new solutions. But if you're responsible for business components, it depends. If your component sends a lot of data at this stage, i.e. before we optimize the efficiency of particular functions or performance, we do not recommend moving on to these solutions. But it goes without saying that the entry of the new component to FAS took place over a month, or a month earlier. So it's still a fresh issue. And if your component supplies limited amounts of data, then definitely move on to FAS. That's our recommendation. Please do remember to always check the metrics before and after, especially for the rendering time of a page. Also, when we're speaking of deployment on demand and we don't have slots for deployment, particular slots for deployment, then we need to put in more effort into the observation and improving the processes and how to reach the caretaker of a process in case of an error. Therefore, we have this button that goes owner, which moves you to service control and allows you to verify whether the technical owners are properly assigned. And apart from that, if you have service control and you have specific controllers and you have an alerting policy tab, this will allow you to configure the communication channel And this mechanism will work once we detect errors on the server or browser side, and if we can match them correctly, then according to what you click through in the library, on the policy, you'll find this specific error. So to summarize, FAS solves scale problems, but the network issues appear, so be cautious with migrations. We currently, over the next months, we'll continue testing and optimizing to improve the performance of particular functions. If you're not certain whether your component fits, then you can go through our docs and you'll find information on what criteria needs to be met for a component to be sent to FAS. And in our production, we have 5 components already. And as you can see, we're receiving very nice feedback for the deployment process. And with that, thank you for your attention. And that's all that I've prepared for today. Rafał, thank you for this great presentation. There's been quite a few things that caught my attention. Definitely this OCD hell and moving these hearts was something. But there have been some questions stirred by your presentation, and one of them is, you've mentioned the growing number of components in Allegro. Are there any statistics on how frequently a given component is rendered? Perhaps some of them are not used anymore or used fairly infrequently. That's a very interesting matter I wanted to address. Well, there's even more issues I wanted to address, but didn't make it into my presentations. But we do have the metrics depending on, in regards to RPS or the rendering time. But the problem is that we cannot foretell whether a deployed component will be used over the next week, because, for instance, a campaign will be launched that will make use of it. So, of course, we have information about disused components, but the process of removing them from the registry is quite complex, because we do need to contact the specific team who uses a given component. Great. Business components. What is a lot of data, a few data? This is a question that goes specifically to your question. Well, again, there's no simple answer. It all depends on the context. Business one is the one that's developed by a product team for a specific product. What is a lot? I think it's best to make performance tests for a specific function and see what the regression is. If it's unacceptable, then we need to wait before deploying a component. If things are okay, we can move along and use it. Are all the components be converted into FAS eventually, or if not, then where is the limit of converting to FAS? It's a difficult question because we're at the very beginning of the migration to this architecture, so there's a lot for us to find out about it. I think that it would be cool to have majority or all the components implemented in FAS, but probably the generic ones, which are used for quick assembly of pages, i.e. text container, which render very quickly and appear multiple times over a single page, then there's no point in migrating into FAS. A question about environments. Can we use Canary or VTF or Phoenix? We're planning that, but as of today, it's still not possible. Great. Next question. Taking into consideration the limitation, what's the scale of the possible FAS deployment? Will it solve the problems that you've mentioned at the beginning of your presentation?
Nie wiem za bardzo, jak podejść do odpowiedzi na to
I
pytanie.
don't know how to answer
Znaczy, ciężko powiedzieć, no, z
this
tego
question.
względu,
It's
że,
difficult to tell, mainly
sytuacja
because
to, co
how do
mam
I
na myśli.
put
Bo
it
każdy
into
komponent
words?
kodowy
Let
jest
me
w
think.
pewien sposób
Each of these
w jakiejś
components
konkretnej
is
stronie i
in a
w zależności, no,
given
na przykład, tak,
page.
jeśli chciałbym wdrożyć jakiś
If I were to
komponent
implement a
już dzisiaj
component
na stronie listingu,
today
który na
for a
przykład
listing page,
renderuje bardzo dużo danych,
which
no to
render
spotkałbym się
specific
wtedy z
data,
regresją.
then I would face
Na
regression.
ten moment nie byłoby do końca
So as of
akceptowalne.
now, this would not be acceptable.
I myślę, że ciężko tak
And
zgeneralizować,
it's
mm,
difficult to
jak to będzie przebiegało po
put it
prostu
or
w
translate it
przyszłości,
into
bo,
general terms. It's
musimy
hard
uporać się po prostu z tymi
and see how it goes in the future
problemami.
because we need to overcome the performance issues that we're having right now. Thanks for this answer. And one more question. Will Mbox support or does it support FAS?
Jeśli,
From the
jest
renderer
tak, że
perspective, if you're using
i
Mbox.js
sam wasz komponent
and
na
your
Mboxie
component
jest
is
przez
rendered
tą naszą usługę,
through our service,
to jest
then
bardzo łatwo, jeśli chodzi o dodanie
it's
FAS-a.
very simple to add
Natomiast
FAS
niestety
support. From
nie jestem
Mbox
w stanie tutaj muszę się
perspective,
wypowiedzieć z
I
powodu, no, po prostu
cannot
oczywistych
tell anymore. It's
Dzisiaj była prezentacja Paula
Mbox team could probably offer more intel on that matter. Yes, we had the presentation from them, so they can probably offer more insight. And there's one more question. Are you planning adding Qi for experiments to components deployed in FAST? Currently, we can run experiments using two manners, either by separately deploying a long implementation of a component to the registry or through adding the intermation variant, an additional parameter that allows for conditioning and presenting a different front end in the experiment. Then this parameter is communicated and it works already. But for new implementations and experiments, we haven't addressed this issue yet. So, and we're not planning to do it. Great. One more question about the time. How much time saving will FAST give us for the daily deployment of Opbox component between 11 and 2? It will definitely reduce the number of those interested and cut the time necessary for testing the changes. But I'd focus more on the perspective of the creator of the components because they will no longer need to use these windows or time slots. They will be able to use it freely. There's been a lot of questions, so it means that in spite of late afternoon hours, we had great attendance. So thank you for this presentation. It's been great, Rafał. And I'd like to remind you that you can vote for the best presentation from today's track until the end of the day. And with that, I invite you for a short break until 4:15, and we'll start our lightning talk session.
Witam serdecznie po przerwie. Teraz
Welcome wholeheartedly after the break. We have 3 lightning talk ahead of us. I must admit that I really like this formula. It's nice and concise. The first speaker will be Rafał Guźniczak. Hello, Rafał. You will be talking about the 10th accessibility myths. Rafał creates front-end apps for our suppliers, and he is looking for ways to improve the accessibility of Allegro. Right, thank you, Eva. Okay, let's start. Probably most of you know these guys. These are Adam and Jamie from Mythbusters. I was really fascinated with this TV program when I was a kid, and I would like to discuss some accessibility myths. And I'm thinking about digital accessibility, that is, how to make our products accessible to the widest target group possible. I prepared a survey to Allegro users to check what it's like on a small scale. I presented the 20 convictions and decided and asked people to evaluate these convictions on a scale from 1 to 10. 58 people from different departments took 5 minutes to complete this survey, and I would like to thank you guys for that. At the end of every myth, I will show you a short summary of the survey. Okay, are you ready? Let's go. Myth number 1. Accessibility is only for a small group of people. The first myth has to do with Europe. Why? What help organization claims that 50% of the world population has a certain disability? That 13% of the population is about 1 billion of people. That is the population of Europe, in fact. In other words, 1 in every 7 people has a disability, and this number will surely grow because we're living in an aging society. Our society is aging. Now, let's have a look at the answers provided by our respondents. The opinions differed, but most people disagreed. 70% marked from 1 to 5. Okay, myth number 2. Blind persons are not using computers or smartphones. Of course they are. They are using different devices, but they do. Otherwise, they would be excluded. Okay, screen readers are most often used by the blind. What is it? A screen reader is a device that reads out the content displayed on the screen. They are usually handled by gestures or the keys on the keyboard. A certain agency prepared a survey for screen reader users, and according to the survey, JAWS is used by a majority of the blind, and NVDA free. On mobile, VoiceOver from Apple is used by most respondents, and Google has TalkBack, which is also used. It's very useful for testing our app. Screen readers have different implementations, and browsers also act differently, so it's a good idea to check out different tools. All respondents were clear. Myth number 3, accessibility helps only people with disabilities. Do you remember that 1 billion from myth number 1? It was mainly about permanent disabilities, but those dysfunctions can be divided into temporal and situational, and can be divided by type into the sight, movement, deaf, like broken arm, loud acoustic environment, holding a baby on your hands. These are temporary barriers that prevent you from performing certain operations on our website. An example of a simple alternative text that helps screen reader users. On the left-hand side, you can see graphics that didn't get uploaded, and the screen reader doesn't know what it is and cannot tell you what it is. On the right-hand side, you can see an alternative text that remained, which gives the user some additional context of what the author of this graphic image wanted to say. So it's a good idea to add such descriptions where needed. Subtitles, they help to screen reader users. Also, it's also useful when you want to watch something and it's very noisy. So as you can see, available solutions help all of us. Let's have a look at what the respondents said. A vast majority disagreed, and they were right. Okay, let's move on to myth number 4. Available applications, websites don't bring any additional benefits. I would like to show you 4 benefits, but I'm sure that there are more to be found. The first benefit is user experience. In the previous myth, I mentioned that the available solutions help us all because we take care of the proper context, clear communications, and so on. You know, if there's a pop-up and this tiny X you have to tap, that makes your life difficult. Okay, better search results. The available solutions are semantic, which positively affects our position in the search list. We're helping not only screen reader users, but also to robots that are positioning the browser. The third benefit, new clients. A report of Clickaway Bank says that the UK made on UK users shows that more than 60% of users with disabilities leave the website if there are any barriers they experience there. And a lot of respondents said that accessibility is even more important than the price of products, which means that if you ensure accessibility, you can reach more clients, improve their satisfaction, and have a competitive edge over others on the market. And the last but not least, something that has to do with corporate responsibility, the reputation. Many clients are happy to support companies that share their views, ideas, and that's what builds a positive image of an organization. If you neglect it, well, you may be in trouble. A blind guy wanted to order a pizza over the internet, and it turned out that the website was not available, and he couldn't place an order using screen reader. What did this blind guy do? Well, he sued the pizza place, and the pizza place didn't want to admit they were wrong. The case took 4 years, and the restaurant lost the case and got a sentence. There were many press articles that clearly affected the company's image and reputation. Okay, what do they write about us? We introduced some assistance for the deaf, and you can see that the respondents say that there are some benefits resulting from improved accessibility. Myth number 5, creating an available website and application that's accessible is costly and timely. It is in stage 1 because you need to build awareness first. You need to get to know the technical aspects, the guidelines. You need to learn how to test it in terms of accessibility. For example, when it comes to screen readers, you need to learn to design with product accessibility in mind. And you need to be aware of the fact that accessibility has to be considered from scratch, because it makes it easier to implement from start with proper semantics. It doesn't cost anything. Once accessibility is there, everything goes smoothly. And in this question, 40% of respondents said that they agree. And I believe that if we raise awareness, and then those bars would be more to the left. Myth number 6, we don't have to be accessible, we as Allegro. Just like with myth number 5, a bit yes and a bit no, because at present there are no regulations that would require e-commerce platforms to be accessible. However, there are regulations that require the accessibility of telecom and operators and public websites. However, there's a regulation around the corner based on the EU regulation on product accessibility, known as the European Accessibility Act, and it covers e-commerce. It will enter into force in 2025, so we have time to get ready for it. And the results showing that this myth is dismissed by our respondents. Well, but maybe the respondents are very empathic, and that's why they answered the way they did. Myth number 5, accessibility can be achieved only by adding area markers. They are treated here this way. The first area principle is do not use area. See for yourself. The first rule of area use, that's what's there in the specification. However, area markers are important, but there is something more important than that, namely semantics. Avoid div soup. That is overusing div instead of semantic elements. Div doesn't carry any semantic meaning, which means that for screen readers, it doesn't mean anything, and it cannot be readable. So the screen reader will not understand what you mean if you write something like this or something like this. It will be invisible for screen readers. So check if there is a semantic HTML for what you need to do. If you cannot do it semantically, then okay, go for ARIA. And these are the results of a survey. A majority of respondents dismissed this myth, and they were right. Myth number 8, accessible websites are simple and ugly. You can think of a separate version of the website that's dark and ugly. This is the alternate accessible website. Well, the contents must be separated from the appearance. The semantics plays a key role. All you need to do is to have one version for all. However, certain available solutions can affect the appearance, and there are tools to mitigate those differences, if there are any, between those versions. For example, focused visible, or a set of CSS attributes that makes an element visible only for screen readers. That's the screen reader class only feature. And this functionality cannot be used in order to remove certain features in given tools. Now, what did respondents say? Well, about half of the respondents disagreed. Some of them agreed, however. Myth number 9, digital accessibility is something developers should be responsible for. It's true. A lot depends on how developers work, but accessibility should be a priority for the entire team. Everyone should be involved. Everyone has a different role to play to deliver an accessible products. Have a look at the checklist for teams, see what you can do on your part in order to improve the accessibility. Our respondents said the following: 85% said that it's not only developers' responsibility. That's cool. And myth number 10, the last one that I prepared for you today: accessibility can only be tested by people with disabilities. It's not true. Accessibility of our app can be tested by anyone. If you have a MacBook or an iPhone, the screen reader is there. Command F5, just press it, and you can check how it works. And Windows, you can rely on the screen reader as well. Another approach is testing app navigation using the keyboard itself. Then you can rely on the sequence of tabs. Is it logical? And can you do all operations just like you do it using a mouse? The next solutions that's useful is automatic testing. Check the testing toolkits or a Lighthouse for Google in Chrome browsers. You can also find it in the plugins for accessibility available in version 16.5, and I encourage you to test it. And here the respondents dismissed this myth. Okay, we have discussed 10 popular accessibility myths, and we busted all of them. So the only thing I can say now is to encourage you to remember about this important topic and to learn more about it. If you have any questions about accessibility or about this presentation itself, the Slack channel will answer your questions. You can also contact me via email. That's it from me. The floor is yours, Eva. Thanks a lot, Rafał. The accessibility thing is close to my heart as a mobile app tester. I'm trying to remember about it. And I like the office memes. So double thanks. We don't have Q&A sessions after lightning talks, but I encourage you to vote for the best lightning talk of today. You have the time by the end of the day. Thank you and bye.
I invite everyone for the next lightning talk. This lightning talk will be about monorepo for OpenBox components and will be provided by Bartosz Świtaj. Welcome, Bartosz.
Yeah, hi.
A few words about Bartosz. He is a junior software engineer from the API team. Usually he is more of a backend specialist. However, today he comes to the ATM with a presentation about frontends. He likes hiking, especially in Tatra Mountains. So without further delay, Bartosz, welcome, stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Eva. So once again, hello, everyone. And as Eva said, I will be presenting to you the monorepo approach in the context of the OpenBox components, especially what does it mean, monorepo, and a little bit of our story from API team, and some benefits that we had from this. So first of all, we must say what is OpenBox. Most of you probably know this. However, I must explain to the rest. Perhaps there are some mobile developers or backend developers, or maybe someone from YouTube that is watching us afterwards. So I will briefly explain what the OpenBox is before we move into the monorepo itself. So the OpenBox in Allegro is a kind of a, let's say, CMS, and that stands for Content Management System. And it helps us to build all of our websites by just selecting and ordering some particular parts of it. So first, we must have different front-end components developed in code, for example, in React. And let's say they are like the Lego bricks that you can see. And then we can just click them out in the OpenBox to give them the relationship and the structure. And afterwards, when we click the publish button, we basically have our Allegro website. It is built by OpenBox. And knowing this, we can move onto the story of our team that we wanted to do. So as you can see on the slide, there is a website that we were maintaining. And you might wonder why it's green. Yeah, well, we didn't like it too. It was not responsive at all. And our task was basically to redesign it and redevelop it with the OpenBox tool, because it wasn't done with this tool, and we had to redesign it to be more concise with all of our websites. And we wanted to make it more look like this, so more orange, right? And within this process, we knew that we would develop multiple front-end components and multiple front-end projects, let's say. And that was a kind of a problem for us, because we didn't want to maintain the front end so much. We didn't want to spend so much time because we are more of a backend team, we wouldn't like to look it like this. So we didn't want to especially bump the versions of OpenBox, which was very problematic to us in the past, because the version is updated, in my opinion, quite often. And we thought what we can do to be able to bump the versions of some libraries to make the process more faster, more maintainable for us. And basically, the answer that we come up with was the monorepo approach. So yeah, now you can see the traditional approach that is probably used in most of the teams in Allegro. We have, let's say, 4 front-end components and the 4 separate repositories. So in this case, we've got the different Lego bricks. Let's say they are stored in separate boxes or something like this. So the result we have over here is that we have 4 different projects to maintain, right? And on the other hand, we've got the monorepo approach with just one, but more general repository, which can store actually and build all of those components at once. So we have something like this. So it is like a just one, but well-structured box for all of these bricks that we have in Allegro. But the only question is how to make it work, because we've got a working CI workflow, which can for now build a single component at once. And we didn't want to change it in any way or update it. So the only option for us was to restructurize the repository somehow to make it work, basically, to make it possible to build for the CI to build more than just one component at once. And there is a tool that comes to help for us that is named Lerna. And here we are moving on to the ATM theme this year. So we are moving on to the ancient Greece, where comes from the Lernian Hydra. That is only the logo for the tool. And the tool itself is something that helps us manage multiple JavaScript projects from the command line that are stored in a single repository. So in other words, it is just the tool dedicated for managing the monorepo itself. But how is the monorepo structured? So now a few words about how it works. We have the main directory of the repository, and there are some few different front-end components that are nested inside. So these are the Lego bricks that I previously mentioned to you. And each of those components has their own package.json file, which stores the scripts that are necessary to build all of those packages, and also the dependencies for each of the components. And obviously, in that situation, when you develop such a component, you can always enter these directories and use those commands as usually you were doing previously. But the problem is that CI needs to have access to build all of those components from this level. And Lerna, that is used for doing the monorepo, adds another global package.json file, which can now store the common dependencies for each of those, for all of those directories, right? And it can also store some Lerna scripts that can run all of those components inside. So to sum up, we now are creating some single point of entry for managing all of our smaller modules, small front-end projects or sub-projects now. But what does it mean that Lerna can run all of components at once? It means that basically when you think of a traditional for loop in programming, so Lerna does exactly the same thing, but it does some specific operations for each of the nested components in the monorepo. So it's very easy concept, right? For example, it can install all the dependencies for every nested component. It can also run some NPM scripts for every nested component. For example, it can test it, it can build it, and so on and so on. And obviously, it can execute literally any command that we provide. So that's it. That's how it works. And there is only one question left to answer. Why? Why should you pick up the monorepo and use it in your projects? So first of all, it is compatible with the same CI workflow, which now can build and publish more than just one component. So instead of having multiple projects in your team, you can have only one. So the maintenance is much easier already. Besides, you can have also common dependencies for each of the OpenBox libraries that are involved within these projects that are stored in the monorepo. So not only saving your time during bumping the version, for example, with the code shift, but also saves the memory on your computer, because Node modules are also global in this situation. Another thing why you should pick up the monorepo is that most of the processes run in the concurrent mode, so it is much faster now to test out components that are involved within the same portal, let's say, that you're developing. And besides, it is very, very easy to configure. Lerna scripts are now defined in just one global package JSON, and they run other scripts in the nested directories. And the best part of it is that you don't even have to configure Lerna on your own. You don't need to learn Lerna, I would say, because you can have it for free when you create your monorepo via App Console. Normally, like you always create a new service, you just need to type in the monorepo template, and all the configuration will be automatically generated for you, and you just need to add the code of your components to the monorepo that you have created this way. So yeah, that will be it from me. If you are interested in the monorepo, you can always ask more questions on Slack on one of those channels, OpenBox. For example, there are already some threads that we were discussing, or on the help API. I could also help over there. Besides, you can check out our monorepo and that is called OpenBox Dev Portal. And also you can see the Lerna documentation if you want to. And the most important thing that you should remember from my presentation is that you can always generate the monorepo from the App Console, basically from the template. So once again, thank you very much for your attention, and see you around.
Bartosz, thanks for the great presentation and detailing how do you approach monorepo for OpenBox components. It was really interesting. Unfortunately, we do not have Q&A session after the lightning talks, but I encourage everyone to vote for the best lightning talk of today on the ATM website. Thanks again, Bartosz.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now it's time for a next lightning talk that is about speeding up your lists, and about that. And Jan Knigawka will say us something about that. Jan, welcome.
Welcome.
A few words about Jan. Jan is a husband, father, and developer, and a home brewer. He loves to build a sleek, responsive, clean, and attractive web application. He also runs Frontend Guild in Allegro. If you would like to join it, you can find it, e.g. on Slack, JS Talks. So we encourage everyone to join Slack if someone is interested in such a guild. And fun fact about you, Jan, it's about jokes. Actually, it's in Polish we say suchary, but I think it cannot be translated to dry jokes, but maybe dad jokes or grainers. And you are well known because of that. And you also brew your own beer, and sometimes you bring it to your coworkers, which is quite cool, I must say.
Yeah, try to do this.
Great. So without further delay, Jan, stage is yours.
Okay, thank you, Eva. So hello, everyone. Today I would like to talk to you about the story. And this will be the story about really neat front-end rendering performance pattern we actually discovered, learned, and implemented in our project. This pattern actually helped us a lot with a problem related with rendering really long list in our application. So this is really huge list. But let's start from the very beginning. Once upon a time, we had a meeting at the office, and we discussed a new feature we'd like to implement on the platform. And the feature was called compatible list. And what is it? In general, we would like to introduce the new semantic information and reach our office with a new information about a list of compatible items for our offer. But I'd like to give you some examples. So let's assume that you are the proud owner of the best car in the world, which is obviously Fiat Multipla. And from time to time you need to change brake pads in your car, and you would like to find the best offer on Allegro which is compatible with your car actually. And using compatible list, we would like to display for the users something like this. So semantic list of all cars compatible with selected offer. What's more, if our buyer actually give us more information about themselves, like the car, Fiat Multipla, we can ensure him additionally, yeah, this is the offer, yeah, good for you, you can buy it. And we found this a really great idea. Why not do this? And we prepared obviously the MVP solution. We decided to start in a car parts category. It is a really nice playground. Currently, we have around 52 million active offers on Allegro, so really nice. And one of the things we actually needed to do to deliver MVP was creating the new module in Cellform. Cellform is a really huge application in Allegro, created in React and Redux technologies. And what actually UX challenges we had. So in general, we would like to help our merchant to have a list with around 2,000 of items among the list of around 68,000 of cars. This is our dictionary. And we would like to also help our merchants to do it efficient using bulk operations. So yeah, nice UX developer challenge. Let's do this. And then after a few iterations of improvements, testing with the user, testing, implementation, and so on, we've got our module. And this is how that it looked at the very beginning. So we have a module in Cellform called Compatible with Vehicles. And this is how it looked at the very beginning when you start your work here with this module. When you finish your work, it looks like this. So you have around 56 items on the list with cars. So yeah, the feature code is complete, feature is done. Yeah, we are happy. However, one day, alarm, email from our merchant, and it turned out that the merchant used our feature in this module, which helped them create, let's say, import whole list of cars to the list. And it turned out that it was a list with more than 3,000 of cars. Additionally, the merchant needed to perform some action with this list. So they needed to approve some of them and remove some of them. Yeah, so quite a work. And just to compare, before, in example I prepared, we have around 56 items in this list, but from this email, we have an example with more than 3,000 of them. So yeah, huge difference. And the main issues which was reported were first, loading. So the merchant needed to wait quite a long time until the whole form was loaded. The second main problem was actually removing case. So each remove action took some time, too much time. And the last thing was scrolling performance. So it was quite hard to work with it, with this kind of really huge list on the form. And we decided obviously to check it out. We measure the performance, we checked the problem, and we obviously decided to follow the best, let's say, performance rules, follow the React team recommendation and so on. And we actually improve. This is the list of improvements we actually implemented. So we simplify our component structure. We decided to migrate data from global to local state. Additionally, we removed some redundant fetches for application. We changed some uncontrolled to controlled components via our app, and use memorization in different places. And yeah, we're happy. It should be better. It must be better, but no. Has it improved? Let's check it out. And what our test environment was. So we have a playground which was offer with around 2,000 of items. We check it on our dev build using the newest Chrome browser. And let's check the result. And we have, you remember the three issues: loading, removing, and scrolling. In terms of loading, it was better, but only a bit. I don't know, maybe 10%. About removing, we are better by 20%. Scrolling, 10. So yeah, it's not enough. You would like to have a better results. You would like to have a better UI. And one time we had actually a meeting in a group of developers from Allegro. We traveled from office to our homes, and I discussed this topic. I just share my experience, our problem we have with our team. And one moment, one colleague said, you know what, probably if you enter this huge list, you might have really, really huge HTML there. I confirmed, yeah, it is huge. And you know what, let's check, you should check windowing pattern. It should help you. I heard this really nice thing, and it could help you. I said, okay, thank you. And then the next day in the office, I decided to check it, obviously. And the main idea behind the windowing, it turned out, it is the render what you really need to render. So let's focus on this example. So in general, when you would like to present the list on the page, scrollable list, we just put HTML to our DOM with whole list. In this case, it could be 100 or 1,000 rows. But what about changing the approach a bit? What about having only the div elements we actually need to display the list for the user? So instead of having hundreds or thousands of rows, we can have 10 or 5. Yeah, we decided, well, it's really great, simple and smart, so we would like to have it in our product. And then we checked the React docs, and it turned out that actually React recommends this approach, and this is what we should do for the rendering really huge list. We checked Adi Osmani blog post, whose performance grew in Google, and he trained a huge list with around 10,000 items. And then we check obviously what we have in our ecosystem, meaning React, and we decided to choose React Window library. We decided that this is the best choice for us. And then after a while, after some refactor, because we needed to do some refactor, we have a code with windowing. The question is, has it improved or not? So same test environment, and let's recap. This is our result after the first wave of improvements. And let's focus how does it look now after implementation of windowing. Let's check the loading time. In general, we measure a few things. One of the things was DOM nodes number, and we decrease the DOM nodes number significantly. Similar with JS event listeners, and we remove the HTML from the DOM, so it's natural. And finally, it turned out that our loading time was much better. We are happy with it. What about removing action? And we actually measure the part, the work, what actually browser needed to do to remove the one single item from the list. And we measure scripting time, and it turned out it is much lower now. Same with rendering time in milliseconds, and same with painting. So, and finally, it turned out that removing was much better, and pleased to the user. And the last thing, which was scrolling, and we measure FPS, scroll our list, and it turned out that we were close to 60, so much better result than before. So we're happy with it. So 3 main issues: Chuck Norris approved. We are happy. So yay! And now 5 take-home messages for you after this presentation. So first, when should you consider windowing? And I believe you should consider this pattern when you have a really huge list. I believe that 100 is a minimum, maybe even 1,000 in your case. Depends on the UI you have. And the next thing is complex item. I believe that you should consider it when you have a quite complex items, meaning that you have animations, images, formal elements there, because we are able to remove this heavy HTML, so we save memory, we save everything. So it's worth. And the last thing is, in general, if the performance matters in your application. If you really care about performance, I don't know, all browsers or mobile phones, this is a solution you should try. And in this presentation, I took React, but other popular frameworks like Angular, like Vue, Svelte, and the others had similar implementation for windowing. You can just use it. Or you can do it like Twitter actually did, and they created their own library for windowing, tailored for their quite specific needs. And you can see it on twitter.com if you want. It's their own custom windowing solution. The second thing, When should you not consider windowing, I believe? And in general, when you have a challenge to render a huge list of items, you can use many UX patterns like pagination, like lazy loading. And in many cases, they are better. You shouldn't push windowing every time. The next thing, different item sizes. What does it mean? In many cases, when you like to use ready libraries, it is quite tricky to use windowing when your items are very different to each other, meaning that you have different content sizes and so on. So it could be tricky, remember it. And the last thing is CEO, meaning that we remove HTML from the DOM. So you do not have access to it. You cannot index the whole list. So if the list should be CEO friendly, it's not your choice probably. Third, it's not only about simple lists. You can windowing other structures like trees, like select, lists, or like grids. And there are quite a lot of ready-made implementation you can just use and go. Enjoy it. 4, it's good. I believe it's good to know about performance rendering patterns. You may ask why, and this is actually the chart presents the volume of data information created, captured, copied, and consumed worldwide. And what you can see here is that this year we have the number around 100 zettabytes, but it was 40 3 years ago, and it will be more than 180 in 3 years. So this number is growing rapidly. So you have more data, more complex UI, more performance challenges. So it's really good to know about the tools you can use to handle this kind of problem. And the last but not least thing, 5, is good to talk. I believe you can be really surprised about the outcome from the feedback, from the discussion with your colleagues, with your team, with other developers, on Shram as well. Okay, thank you. That's all from me.
Jan, on behalf of Eva, who had to go to the train, I would like to say thank you for this very inspiring presentation. It was very, very nice to have you here. Thank you, Jan.
Okay, thank you.
This is the last time that we'd like to encourage you to rate the presentation on ATM page. You can do it until end of this day. So please go to atm.allegro.tech and rate all the presentations, including lightning talks and regular presentation. And that's it. A lightning talk session was the last element of today's agenda. Frontend and mobile track was really varied and broadening. Thanks again to our excellent speakers. Also, big thanks to our organizer of this event. See you next year and have a safe trip home to everyone. Bye-bye.